Hi, my name is Diana and I'm from D Vera Creations. For those who have been here before, welcome back. And if you have never been here before, feel free to subscribe. I do make bag videos. I will be making other types of videos as well. It's been a while since I haven't been on here, so I apologize for that. But we are here to make the Patsy Tote from Let's Socialize Designs. I'd like to thank Carly Chavez of Let's Socialize Designs for allowing me to make this video for her. This is my second video that I have made for her, for one of her bags. And I just absolutely love the way her patterns come together. So let's go over the Patsy Tote. Here it is. This was my tester bag. So I'm going to show you this bag, as well as the one I'll be making in the video is a different color. So you'll be seeing that. So the dimensions of this bag is 10.5 inches wide, 4.5 inches deep, and 9 inches high. Now, it's a very good size. It holds a lot. I absolutely love this bag. Let's just go over everything, all the features and everything. We have 2 strap handles. We have a crossbody strap. So I am about 5'2"-ish, 5'1.5", and this is where it comes down to me. Okay. I love it. Or you can hold it on your wrist or by the handle, which is how I hold it most of the time, unless I'm going to my car, to a building or something, then I would use the strap. Okay. In the front, we have a very deep pocket. In the back, we have the same deep pocket. On the top, we have a zipper and a hidden pocket in the front, which is nice and deep as well. Another hidden pocket in the back. When you open the zipper, you have a slip pocket in the front and a nice deep interior. Now, you can make this bag your own. You can put another pocket in the back. You can put a zipper pocket if you know how to do that. I decided to leave mine solid the way it is. I love the look. It's just great. And like I said, it holds a lot. Okay. Let me first apologize. I have a 6-month-old puppy. She's in the background and she is making noise. Hopefully she won't be too disturbing. But again, she is a 6-month-old puppy. I've only had her for like a month and a half. And she's basically a clown. I don't know how else to explain it. But if you know what a boxador is, if not, look it up. But she's part clown and extremely friendly. That's all I can say. But anyway, enough about Lola. We will be going over the Patsy Tote. I hope you love this bag. Let me tell you, I am using an industrial machine. The machine that I am using is a DDL 8700. I've been using that machine for a while, for a long time actually. It is the one that I do make my bags. I did start off on a domestic, the Janome Skyline S5. I still have it, and depending on the materials that I use, I do still use that machine. But for this one, I used the DDL 8700. Now, if you decide that you do not want to use vinyl, or that you are using a domestic, know your machine, know what it can handle. I would highly suggest maybe a waterproof canvas for the exterior. I did use vinyl, and this is waterproof canvas. And this was great on the industrial. I didn't have any problems. But again, if you are using a domestic, beware of your materials, and also note your stabilizers. So you can use Decovil Heavy, which is what I used because I'm using vinyl. You can use foam. Foam would be great. And your interfacing of choice. So why don't we go over the pattern pieces so that we can start sewing. Okay, we are going to go over the pattern pieces for the Patsy Tote. Now here I have the main body exterior. It is a teal color, and I stabilized it with Decovil Heavy. Okay, I highly suggest that you mark all your center pieces and transfer any lines or markings that she would like you to add to your bags. I'll go over them as I go, as I sew, but just make sure that you mark your centers on all your pattern pieces. So again, this is the main body exterior. I am using a teal vinyl. Next, we have waterproof canvas. Now, this I purchased from, let's see, My Fabric Dresser. They have pre-orders, so that's how I got this one. It is called Watercolor Ink. I will put all my materials where I got them from down below. It is waterproof canvas. I interfaced it with Profuse Flexible, and it's from Wawak. I love their interfacing. I do buy it by 10 yards. Yeah, in 10-yard rolls. I love it. So that's my choice for interfacing. And again, this piece is the front slip pocket. Next, we have the side panel. This one I also interfaced with Decovil Heavy. Feel free to use Decovil Light. This does have an option as to whether you want to use a hidden strap connector, which is what I will be using, or you can use, I will show you the piece later. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I will be using a strap connector. Oh, strap anchor. So you can use a strap anchor or a hidden strap connector. I will be doing the hidden strap connector, but I will show you what the strap anchor looks like. Here we have the base, the bottom base. Again, I interfaced it with Decovil Heavy. These do have markings for purse feet, so I'll go over the notions later. Now, zipper placket. I'm also using vinyl for that. 2 pieces of that. Now, this is the interior slip accent piece. You only need 1. Now, this is for the hidden strap connectors. So I'm going to be using 2 of these. Okay, this is only if you're using the hidden strap connectors. If you're using the strap anchor, you do not need this. Now, this is the tote strap anchor. I mean, the tote strap accent piece. So that is this piece here. Okay, so you need 2 of these. There is no pattern piece, but the dimensions are in there. The same thing with the strap connectors. So be mindful when you look at the pattern as to what you need. The dimensions are in there. This is your front slip pocket lining. So I will be using this waterproof canvas. This is Ottertex, and I get these at Fabric Wholesale Direct. Yes, that's where I buy my solid waterproof canvas from. We have the upper main lining. Now, this piece you can use, depending on your machine, you can use waterproof canvas, okay? So this is this piece right here, okay? Then we have the lower main lining, which I'm also using waterproof canvas. We have the side interior pockets. Okay. We also have the interior slip pocket. Now, we have woven straps, okay? So I will be using woven straps and the crossbody strap. But I will also be going over how to use a vinyl strap because she asked for 2. So depending on what you would like to use, if you prefer to use vinyl, I will show you how to do this. I will explain this separately, where it is actually needed in the pattern. And that is it for now. Let's go over our notions, and then we can get started. Okay, we're going to be going over the supplies for the Patsy Tote. Okay, you will need 2 1-inch D connectors. Now, or D rings, sorry. This will be for the strap connectors, for the hidden strap connectors on the side, which is here, okay? Now, if you choose not to do the hidden strap connectors, this is where the strap anchor piece comes in handy, okay? It has the screws on the back, and what you would do is you would put it on the bag, sorry, like that, and then clip the swivel hook to the top of this piece. And you have to make sure that you have Decoville heavy to hold this, sturdy enough to hold this, okay? So that's where the strap anchor piece comes in handy. So if you prefer to do this, use this one. Otherwise, I will be making hidden strap connectors, which is this one. And I'm going to use 2 1-inch D-rings. Okay. Then we have 2 1.5-inch swivel hook connectors because my webbing for the straps are 1.5 inches wide. We have a tri-glide for the straps, for the crossbody strap. We have our number 5 zipper. I'm using rainbow, and my number 5 zipper pull. Do not attach it together. You will attach it later on in the video, like way later. Okay. Then we have purse feet. Okay. You can use 4 to 5. The pattern has holes on where to put 4 purse feet. We also have rivets, so you can use 8 to 10 millimeter rivets. I will only be using 2, and it will be for my strap connectors. So if you want more than 2, you can put it on the strap. I will not be putting any on the strap. I will just be using it for my hidden strap connectors. Your zipper end, okay, which is this piece here. Now, if you don't have any zipper end, you can use fabric, vinyl, or you can use waterproof canvas to hide it, or you can use strap, that's strap ends. There's also this one that you can use, which is also for your straps. Okay. And a bag tag if you have it. Okay. So let's get started. Okay, I hope this angle works. I'm going to be moving the camera around so that you can see better as to what I will be doing. So you will be getting different angles. I don't have a tripod. I do, but it's a camera tripod. And I really don't think I can put my iPhone, which is what I will be recording with. So first, most important thing is make sure you transfer all your markings according to what it says in the pattern instructions. There are quite a bit of markings that you have to do. And if you can get those out of the way in the beginning, like the pattern indicates, it will be very helpful. Okay. So we're going to start with the D-ring connectors. So for now, I have my D-ring connectors. It's marked. I'm going to use a 1/2 inch double-sided tape. I do use Wawak. Let me show you. I buy all my double-sided tape through them. Love it. They're very heavy duty. And what I like about them is that their rolls come in big rolls. So it lasts. Okay. Again, I will put as much information as I can in the description below, but this is what I use. All right, so I have 1/2 inch tape here, and I'm going to put it right on the line. Don't have my other scissors. I have it behind me somewhere. I don't usually use these for tape. Peel the backing off and bring your center to your marking. Now, if you have any questions as to any of the processes that I'm doing, please feel free to put it in the description box. I will get back to you. I'm really good at responding. Okay, again, I'm using a 1/2 inch wide double-sided tape. And this will be for my D-ring connectors, for my hidden, well, for my D-ring connectors, but this is for my hidden connectors. And then at this point, this is where I like to use my seam roller. Get nice crisp edges. Okay. So this I will put aside until I will need them. We will be moving on to the straps next. Okay, we have our crossbody webbing. I have my tri-glide and my 1.5 inch swivel hooks. Now I did change out my needle, and I also changed the color of my thread. Just remember, when you're using different color fabrics, that you have your coordinating thread or whatever thread you like to use. So for this set part, I will be using purple thread. Now what I will do is take my strap end and grab my lighter here. Normally I burn the edges. I thought I did here. Just like to have a clean edge. So you will take your tri-glide, you will take your strap end, you will slip it up through the tri-glide. I'm hoping that you can see. Bring it down. So here is your let me see if I can do it from the back. Okay, so I went in from the bottom. I'm going over the top. So now it's that middle piece is there. I'm going slow because a lot of people get confused at this section, or they don't know how to, they've never done one before. So I'm going to try to, you know, hopefully you can understand what I'm doing. All right, so I'm pulling this through, okay? So now we have it going up one end, going up over the bar, down to the other side of the bar. The bar is in the middle, okay? Now we're going to take this piece, we're going to go back up the bar. Okay, so I say I got probably about an inch and a quarter there. Okay, so if you can see my strap is sandwiched in between here. So now what I am going to do is I'm going to push this down toward the strap, not the tri-glide toward the strap. This tri-glide is going to be to the end, because what I want to do is I want to be able to sew a box around all these pieces so that it stays there. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm pushing my tri-glide as far up as I can go. I'm actually using a zipper foot because I want to get as close to the tri-glide as possible. Remove this end. I'm using a 4-stitch length on this. And make sure that this is all even. All right. And then I'm going to stitch across, come down, and make a box. Make sure you reverse at the beginning and end. You don't want to damage your tri-glide. Get another piece of material. I'm going to use the webbing for the back, just to protect that tri-glide from getting scratched. I do have a Teflon foot, so I don't believe it's going to get scratched, but just in case. I hope you can see what I'm doing. Let's see if I can bring you a little bit closer. Let me snip my threads here and the bottom. Back up. So I'm flipping the tri-glide so I can come back up without having it in my way. All right. Go where I started, turn, and I'm going to go back around again one more time. And then I'm going to start all over again and go back and close it up here. Back stitch one more time. Okay. Oops, forgot to take my foot off the pedal. Okay, here we go. All right. And I like to burn my threads. Same thing on the back to seal them in. Okay, so that is my tri-glide there. Okay, now that I have installed the tri-glide, okay, make sure that your strap is straight. I don't know which other way to do this. Okay, so I'm hoping that you're in view and you can see, that I'm in view and you can see everything. So that's done. This is underneath, okay? My strap is straight. I'm gonna leave that there. Let me see if I can move you closer. Here's the other end. I'm going to slip one of the D-rings here, I mean the swivel hook, sorry, the 1.5 inch swivel hook through there, feed it through, okay, lift this piece up, and that becomes one end of my strap, okay? So that's there. Here's my tri-glide. We're going to feed the strap up back down the other end, okay? So now it looks like that. Looks like a buckle. We're going to pull it through. Again, my swivel hook is on the outside. Okay, and now this is on the top. So here's my swivel hook. And here's my strap adjuster. Strap connector, adjuster. So there you go. On the outside, on the outside. Now, we're going to continue this. I'm going to bring this out. I'm going to feed my other 1.5 inch swivel hook connector this way, where it's on the outside, just like all the other ones. Just like the other swivel hook, just like your adjuster. It's on the outside. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to go up, fold it, and clip it in place. Okay, and there goes my hook, my webbing. All right, I'm going to clip it. And I will stitch a box all around this one, just like I did here. Okay, so again, this is on the outside, this is the inside. I'm going to flip it around. That's the outside, that's the outside. And when you continue this, this will also be on the outside. This will be on the inside. Oops, this will be on the inside. Okay, I hope I explained that. All right, now, apologize for the lighting. And I'm going to stitch a box around this, okay? clips. I'm going to bring you over so you can see what I am doing. I don't know why my lighting is so bad today. Oh, actually, it's cloudy outside. Normally, this room would be really bright. All right. Okay, I'm going to go forward, reverse, forward again. I'm going to make my box. And I'm sorry it took me long to explain that, but I wish that someone slowed down when I first started making my straps like this, because it's so hard to see it on paper. It's kind of hard to explain it. So some people are visually, they prefer to see things visually. So I wanted to go as slowly as possible. If you already know how to do this, I'm sorry. You can go fast, forward a little bit. But I like to explain this, take my time for those who have never done one before so that they can understand the process. I'm going to go around one more time. And you can always do a crisscross as well. I'm not going to. I just like to do plain box. And this is where I'm going to stop. I'm going to go forward and I'm going to reverse. I'm going to do it again. Okay. So there it is. Hopefully you can see. Clip it. And I like to leave about 1/4 of an inch thread there so that I can burn the ends. And because it's polyester thread, it burns nicely. It'll melt right in there. Okay. There we go. So there it is. Now, if you wish, you can put rivets there and there. Like I said, I'm not going to. And move you over. Here it is, completed. Let me just untwist this. So here's my strap. It is completed. Swivel hooks and the tri-glide. Okay, in this section, we're going to make the tote strap. Now, what we just completed was the crossbody strap. Now, there's 2 different ways we're going to do the tote strap. You can either use all vinyl, which is what I'm going to show you here, or you can use the webbing. I'm going to show you both ways. In this case, since I'm not going to be using this one for my bag, I decided to use the champagne color. I guess it's giraffe print. I don't want to say croc because I don't think it's a croc. I think it's more of a giraffe print. I'm going to make just one, but I'm going to keep it in case I decide to make another one in this material instead of using webbing for the strap. Okay, so the tote strap is the one that you would use around your wrist, or you hold it by the hand. Okay, so here's my tote strap. What I did was I did a marking like it says in the pattern, so I went down 1 inch on either end. I have double-sided tape here. What you're going to do is peel your double-sided tape. This is a 1/4 inch double-sided tape. And you're going to bring your raw edge to your marking. So in this case, I have the tape almost butted up to my marking. So again, this is the tote strap. I'm going to show you both ways. I'm going to be using the webbing for my bag, but I will hang on to this one for a future bag because I do like the way this is going to look when it's completed. But this way you have 2 options, okay? The other side, I will be doing the same thing. I put it on the top this time. I'm just trying to see which way I like better. I don't think it really makes a difference to me. You bring your top raw edge to that line and you press it down. Let me just... Make sure you do not go past the line. If you go a little bit before, that's fine. So that's that. Now we're going to bring the ends together. Got my clips everywhere. This vinyl is very thin. I didn't add any stabilizers to it. If you're going to use waterproof canvas, make sure you add a stabilizer to the waterproof canvas. I would use maybe just regular interfacing. Or you don't have to use, I guess it depends on the thickness of your fabric. Or if you use cotton, definitely use interfacing. So for this one, I'm going to do the vinyl. Again, it's very thin. It's just a flexible vinyl. So we have that in place. And now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch this side, the open end of the vinyl, using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Again, we're only going to stitch this end. We're not going to stitch the folded end, okay? So for now, just stitch along the whole length of your vinyl strap, your tote strap. I did change out my thread. Let me bring you over here. Hope you don't get motion sickness. Okay. Remember to go forward and backwards. I'm using a 1/8 inch seam allowance, and I'm using a number 5 stitch length. It's my preference. And backwards. Okay. So there we are, 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and I use a number 5 stitch length. You can use whatever stitch length you like. My machine goes up to number 5, so I like to use a number 5 when I do a top stitch. I'm going to do a light burn on my threads. Same thing with the other end. Okay. Now, for the next step, what you're going to do is you're going to find the center of your strap. So I'm going to fold it in half, find my center, and I'm going to pinch. Make sure it's flat. I'm going to pinch it. And that is my center right there. Okay. And now what you're going to do is you're going to measure out 3.5 inches out on both ends. Okay, so let me find my small ruler, which was, or is behind me. And, okay, so from my center, I'm going to measure 3.5 inches, which is there. So I'm going to clip it on the outside. 3.5 inches, and actually get a marking tool. I have this blue chalk that I'm going to use, and I'm going to mark it at my 3.5 inch mark, just a little bit, and I'm going to do the same thing with the other side. 3.5. Okay, so there it is. I have a tiny mark there and one there. Oh, yeah, you can see it. And then there's another one there. Okay, so that should measure 7 inches. Yes. All right. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to fold the tote strap in half, bringing the folded edges, the fold edge together with this edge that you stitched. All right. So we're going to fold it up, and we're going to clip it there. And you're only going to fold up to where your marking is. Okay, make sure that your marking is visible because you're going to be stitching up to that piece. So I'm going to clip it on the outside so I can see where my marking is. And the same thing with this side, with this end. Okay, so I'm going to take another one, clip it there. So there it is. You can put extra clips if you'd like. And then what you're going to do is you're going to top stitch on the folded edge, and we're going to go over the 1/8 inch seam. You can do it from this side, you can do it from that side, either way. Actually, let me do it from the other side. And I'm just going to follow that stitching line. Right there. Okay. You don't stitch the outside, you just stitch the opening part, okay? So we're not stitching the folded edge, we're going to stitch just this open edge. Okay, I'm going to look for my marking, which is on this side. Let me mark the top so I can see it when I'm at that point. There we are. And let me just mark the top so I can see it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to go a little further. My needle down. We're going to go forward a couple of stitches, and then we're going to reverse up to my marking, and then we go back. So what we're doing is we're creating a handle. Okay, find my marking. I am almost there. Reverse. That's it. Let me seal my edges. Again, I use a lighter. You can backstitch a couple of times. And this is your tote strap if you decide not to use the webbing. Okay? There it is. Isn't that cute? So like I said, I'm not going to be using this. I'm going to be using the webbing, but I am going to save this for when I make another bag so that I can use this webbing, which I think is kind of cute. All right, we're going to move on to the webbing piece for the handle. Okay, so here we're going to use the webbing handle as a strap versus the vinyl piece that I just showed you. So we're going to need our 2 webbing straps and our tote strap accent pieces. Okay, and a marking tool. So what we're going to do is we're going to find the center of our webbing. So I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to pinch it. So I can find my centers. Okay. You're going to take your ruler and you're going to measure out 3 inches. So here's my center. I'm using my chalk. There we go. I'm going to measure out 3 inches. And I'm going to mark there. I'm going to do the same thing with this side. And you're marking the wrong side. Make sure that you are marking the wrong side of your fabric. Do the other end the same way. See, that was easier. Oh, welcome back. Okay, here's my center. Once again, mark 3 inches to my left. And repeat to the other side. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm going to take our double-sided tape. I'm going to use my 1/4 inch. And we're going to put tape match on the on your marked areas. Sorry, that's my puppy. She's playing in the hallway by herself. She will start getting loud in a minute. Okay, I will show you one strap at a time. So I'm going to start with this one so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to focus with one strap. Okay, now you're going to remove your tape and you're going to fold it over just till they meet. Make sure you draw your center here. I don't need to draw a center because as you can see, there's already one on there on the webbing. So that is my center line. Sorry, my little puppy is nudging me. You can see her. Hola. There she is. My little boxador. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm going to remove the double-sided tape. And I'm going to come to that center line. Okay. Lola. Hi. What you doing? It's around the time of day you get a little rowdy, huh? I'm going to remove the other tape. Where's your toy, Mama? Where's your toy? Where's your toy? And we're going to meet. Okay, let me just check this again. That is my center. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm going to take a clip and pin there. There's my center there as well. And I'm going to take another alligator clip, or whatever you want to call these hair clips, and clip it there. Okay. Lola, I'm busy, Mama. I'm busy. Now that we did that, what we're going to do is we're going to stitch 1/8 of an inch seam allowance on either end of our webbing to hold it in place, okay? So I'm going to actually use a marking so that I can see my chalk. I'm going to mark my 1/8 inch there. So I know where I'm going to begin and where I'm going to end. Yes, you will hear her chewing. I just gave her a little cookie. All right. So here we go. I changed my thread color. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit you. I changed my thread color to purple. And I'm going to, let me move you over just a tad bit. Here we go. I still have my zipper foot on here. All right. Remember to reverse. And at this point here, I'm just going to turn it, because you're not really going to see this, and I'll show you why. We're going to cover this. So I turned it. I'm just going to come across and see if I am at my 1/8 inch seam allowance. And I am, which is good. And I'm going to come back down to where I began. Again, reverse at your beginning and your end. Okay. All right. This is what it looks like. Where is my, let me move my light a little bit. There we go. So that's the front side, and this is the back side. Okay, I switched you over a bit. Now that we found the center, what we're going to do is we're going to add double-sided tape to the top of your webbing, just on one side. Bless you, Mama. Now we're going to take our accent piece. Okay. So this is our tote strap accent piece. All right. Now, this is the right side. This is the wrong side. We're going to take the right side and we're going to attach it here. Okay. Lola, I hear you. I know what you're doing. Find the center. Just mark one end. You don't have to mark both. Just mark one end. Don't mark both. Just mark one end. Okay? So I got a little notch there. I don't know if you can see it. It's very tiny. So I have a little notch there. What I'm going to do is, at the top where I removed my tape, I'm going to lay this. I'm going to line it with my center. With my center marking right in the middle of the strap. Oops, sorry. This goes down. Face up. This is the inside, which is where we stitched, where it's folded in. We're going to find the center. We're going to find our marking, and we're going to match it. And we're going to lay it right on top of our double-sided tape. Now, this is going to be longer, about a ½ an inch longer on both sides than where you stitched. Okay. Then we're going to wrap it around the strap. So what I'm going to do is put another piece of double-sided tape on top of here. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's not gum up our needle. Bring it up. And we're going to clip it. Okay. And try not to gum up our needle too much. Although I always have a little container of alcohol with me at all times near my sewing machines, and that is to clean my needle. As many clips as you wish. So here we are. It's encased. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch a box around this piece. So we're going to go down around the top edge, the side, back around the bottom, and end here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. Yes, I'm going to start here because I want my stitches to begin and end on the side. All right. So let's stitch it from the inside. Actually, let me bring you over. I'm sorry for moving you around so much, but I want you to see what I'm doing. And I don't have a tripod, so this is going to have to work for now. Let's see if I can push you back just a hair. There we go. Okay, gonna start at the tip. Lola. Hi, Mama. I hear you. You need to be careful what you're doing. Okay, bye. Go. It's okay, honey. trying to bring these together, edges. And here it is. So the strap is completed. So this one's done. I'm going to repeat with the other side. Okay, here we have both zipper black placket pieces. So for the zipper placket, you will have 2 pieces and your zipper tape. Measurements are in the pattern. So what you will do is mark your fabric 1 inch down on either end, and you will put double-sided tape right above the line. Remove the backing and bring the edge down to the line. Just like that. Same thing on the other side. Put your double-sided tape there, right above the line. Remove the backing and bring your raw edges to the line. And there you are. So what you want to do is grab your zipper tape, and we're going to form a 90-degree angle at the top. So what I like to do is I split the tape and then fold it down and pinch it over, just like that. So basically, I like to have this edge match the side of the zipper tape. So again, I will bring it down over to the right, and that is angled, right? Oh, sorry, I'm doing it backwards. Down, here we go, down, and bring this piece to the back, but have it aligned to this side. So I take it, I pinch it, I bring it to the back, see? There you are. So depending on how much fabric I have left here, you are going to want to tack this down. And since I have a little extra sticking out, I'm going to use my lighter to melt it together. So let me just bring that together again. See, this is the back, your extra pieces. So you can either tack it down or use a lighter, whatever you feel comfortable with. And there you are. So it's a temporary hold. So what I'm going to do is, just for extra support, I'm going to put a little clip there. I don't see it going anywhere, but I'm going to put a clip there nonetheless. So basically this is what it's going to look like. And you're going to do the same thing for the other side. You're going to pinch and bring it down to this, bring this side to this side. So I pinch the top, bring it over, and there you go. I like to make sure it matches before I seal that. All right. So let me look at it straight on. Make sure both sides line up. All right. Okay, so the next thing you want to do is, now that that's ready, we're going to lay the zipper placket. I'm going to move one over. Bring you here to an angle. You're going to move your zipper placket, turn it over right side up. Okay, hopefully you can see that. Right, is that a little better? Somewhat. Okay. Again, right side up. Make sure you mark your centers. I'm going to need that. Grab my other scissors that's behind me. And I'm going to find my center on both sides. There we are. I always like to clip a little tiny triangle. Okay, right side up. And you're going to take your zipper right side up along the center mark. So just like that. Okay, so this is right side up. The zipper plank is right side up, and so is your zipper tape. Excuse me. Now I'm going to clip that in place. Actually, I'm going to run a double-sided tape. I'm going to run double-sided tape along this edge. And here I have 1/8 inch tape. Just want to make sure it stays in place. If you don't want to use double-sided tape, you don't have to. But I will. And I will stop just shy of the center. Remove the backing. Again, right side up. Zipper tape right side up. And you want to put it on the outside. So basically this part is going to be in the center, in the center. Or yes, toward the center. So I'm going to remove my clip. I'm going to place it right there. I'm going to run it along the edge. There we are. And then we're just going to baste it in place at 1/8 of an inch. I did change my thread color, so I'm back down to teal. I'm going to start at the end. Like I said, it's just a 1/8 of an inch basting just to keep it in place. I'm going to go down to a 4 stitch. Number 4 stitch length for this. I'm going to slow down, make sure that's still down. Grab my stiletto and just hold that in place. And then I'm going to go over it. And back stitch. And there it is. Okay, so that's, move you over here. So as you can see, the top of the zipper tape is facing toward the center now of the placket. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to fold it over. And have your ends meet. And we're going to clip it all the way on the side that we just stitched. And since I still have my zipper foot on, it's going to help with this section. I'm going to put a clip there to hold that together. And now what we're going to do is we're going to run a 3/8 inch seam allowance along this side of the zipper placket. Again, your zipper placket is right side up. Your zipper tape is right side up. And it's sandwiched between the zipper placket. And we're going to give it a stitch 3/8 of an inch. And here I'm going down to a stitch length of 3 because now this is, for me, this is my normal stitch. Let me bring you over so you can see what's going on. And we're going to back stitch once we get toward the end. Okay. Let me bring you back here. Okay. At this point, we're going to clip just a little bit here so that when we turn it over, you're not going to have a lot of bulk here. So I'm just going to go half of that seam allowance. Just like that. And now we're going to flip it. Okay, I'm going to clip the end. And I'm also going to clip the open end and the top. Okay, now that we have it clipped, I'm going to pull just a bit and pinch that just so that we can get a nice clean edge. I'm going to run my seam roller here This is where this wonderful tool comes in handy. Now we'll do the same thing to the back. Go. Now, what you want to do is we're going to stitch 1/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way around, and we're going to go across. I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm going to go across, run up the side, up and down the edge using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I'm going to go to my largest stitch because this will be a top stitching. Okay, doing this a little backwards. Trying to get you the best angle. Go a little bit more, just a hair. There we are. So when I do the side, on the side where the zipper is, zipper teeth, I'm going to pull because I want to make sure that it's nice and taut. And I'm going down the other end. I am using a number 16 needle so that I can make sure I go through all of my materials. Again, if you're using a domestic, you can use waterproof canvas, whatever you like to use for this piece. Check my back. Okay, beautiful. Then we finish off the other side. Just gonna cut my thread on the bottom and the top. Pivot and finish off where I started. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It is completed all the way around. And bring you over here. There it is. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to repeat the same process using the other side. So find your centers. I'm going to grab double-sided tape. Remove the tape. Wait a minute. Let me just make sure I do this right. Yes. Align the top with that notch. Use a 1/8 inch seam allowance to just base that in place. I'll be working from the back. Doesn't matter at this point. It's just the base, so I'm not even going to backstitch, because it's just to hold it in place until I flip the placket over. My threads. Bring it over, clip it. Flip my clips over because I'm going to stitch from the other side. Okay. Now we're going to go down and stitch at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Remember to backspace beginning and end. Backstitch, sorry, thinking about typing. It does help with the zipper foot because it'll get as close to the zipper as possible. And we're going to backstitch. And let me just burn that thread there. I want to make sure it stays in place. And that looks good. Okay, now we are going to flip this over like we did with the other one. Let me hold on to the zipper because I don't want it to continue to open. I'm going to clip the bottom and continue clipping the rest. Now, going back to my longer stitch, and as before, 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and we're going to go all the way around. And that's it. Now, your zipper piece is done. Burn my threads. Same thing on the other side. And here it is, completed. Now at this point, we still will not be adding the zipper tab yet. All right, let's move on to the next step. Okay, now we're going to work on the side panel. So you will need your 2 side panel pieces. Okay, I have marked my centers, and also there's a notch down here, so this is the bottom and this is the top. Remember to add your markings as indicated in the pattern, and just read everything before you start. That's important. We will need our 2 1-inch D-ring connectors and the little connector straps that we tape together. Now at this point, if you want to use your strap anchor, that little piece I was telling you about, let's see. Okay. So if you wish to use your strap anchor, this is the point where you will use it. Okay. So basically what I would do is I would unscrew the backing. Okay. On the pattern piece, there's a mark. You want to make sure that if you're using a strap anchor, that you find the center and you mark it on your pattern piece, which would be there. Okay. Or you can add it to the front. Just be careful of how big your marking is. So you can take this, maybe punch it with a hole punch, a rivet punch, all right, so that it'll go through the other side. And then you would connect this as normal. Like I said, unscrew the back, put the connector on, screw the back, and then you'll be all set. But I'm not going to go with this method. I'm going to show you how to make a hidden strap connector. But again, if you have this, it's the easiest version. So make sure, again, that you know exactly what point to add your strap anchor. I'm going to show you how to do the D-ring connector. So what I am going to do is, I'm going to grab my small cutting mat that I just had here a second ago. All right. I have my side strap. I have my cutting mat with me. And this is the top of my side strap. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this back and I'm going to transfer it here. So I'm going to make sure that the bottom aligns and the sides, and I'll just hold it in place with a clip. Okay, put one on this side. And I will put one on the bottom because I do not want this to shift. I want to make sure that everything's aligned properly. And I'm just going to mark it with a pen. Just make sure your centers line up. That's my center. That's the center. I will take my marking tool, and in this case, because it's going to be in the back, I'm going to use a pen. And I'm just going to mark where my strap connector will be. Just like that. Okay. I'm going to remove the paper. Now, you can use a X-Acto knife, okay? My rotary cutter. I like to take my ruler. I have a 6-inch ruler. And I will cut, make sure it's straight, puncture, and just cut just a little bit. Just enough so that I can get the straight line. Okay? Then I will use this tool and finish the rest. Okay, so this is what it looks like after you have made your slit. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, while this is facing up, we're going to take one of your straps with the wrong side facing up, and we're going to slide it down. Again, make sure that it's cut to the length that it says on the paper. Going in slanted. Did I cut the other side? Oh, I saw there's a piece there that didn't get cut. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. So this is what it looks like. All right. Open side in the front. So have it down about an inch. About an inch. And what we're going to do is we're going to stitch right here at the top, not on the bottom piece, on the top piece, from there to there. Okay? So as close as you can to this without hitting it. Let me bring you closer. I have too many things in the way right now. I do still have my zipper foot, which works perfectly, so let me do it this way so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to backstitch at beginning and end. Let's see if I can somehow, here we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so I caught everything. I'm just gonna burn my threads really quickly because I want to make sure that it's sealed. Here we go. Then what you want to do is slip in your D-ring, 1-inch D-ring, going up. Slip it back down through the same slit. So I like to push this up. Let me just fold it and slide it in, which would have been easier if I did it that way the first time. I wouldn't have struggled as much as I did. There we go. This way. You want to bring the flap up over the connector. Bring this down as low as you can. So you're pulling from the front. Okay, so what you want to do is stitch from the back. Okay. So you're going to flip it and stitch right there. And you're stitching from the back. So again, very helpful if you have a zipper foot on for this step. Let me bring you here so you can see. Here's my flap open, and I'm stitching the bottom piece as close as I can to the top. I'm going to reverse beginning and end. And we are good. Turn you back. Sorry for all the moving around, but I want to make sure you see, you're able to see everything I'm doing. Okay, so the back is stitched. There we are. And when you flip it over, you don't see anything. That is your hidden strap connector. And you will repeat using the other side. Okay, so the next step after you are done with your strap connector is we're going to add a rivet. I like to add a rivet right at the bottom. You want to make sure that you are going through all the pieces. Okay, so 8mm to 10mm is what you would use. Okay, it's what it says in the pattern. So here is my rivet press. I'm going to make sure it is in the center. And like I did with the other one, probably go about 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch down. Mark my hole. Press well. I like to turn just to make sure. And I do have my hole there. Just make sure it went all the way through, and it did. Careful that you don't get the stitch in the back. I missed the stitch in the back, so that works. Put it through the back, your rivet. There we go. Put the cap on and then seal it in place. So I like to use cloth just so that I don't damage it. Here is my bottom, which I will put on there. My top, I don't want to make too much noise. And that's what I have. 3 taps, and that's good. And the back looks good, but let me just try it again. Do it on this side just for a little safety measure. 2 small taps. Good. And good. And there is my rivet. So we have these done. Okay, so now that we're done with the side panel, we're going to move on to the bottom base. Again, make sure you have your centers marked. Okay, so I did it on all 4 sides. And you will need your template. On your template, there are holes. Well, I punched holes in these right in the center using my rivet press. I'm going to transfer these holes on to the back of my base. The back of my base has Decoville Heavy. Sorry, my dog is in the hallway. I'm going to place it on there. Make sure it's all centered. And I'm going to mark the back. Doesn't matter what tool you use. I'm going to use a pen. And with my rivet press, or whatever tool you may have, I'm going to punch a hole in it. And this is for the purse feet. All right, so from there, there, pull my stiletto, make sure the holes went through, which they did. I have to clean my press. Let me just go through this way. There we go. Okay. And the same thing with the other 2. And this side. Okay, we are done with the rivet press. I will not need that anymore. Okay, now you'll take your purse feet. Oh, Missy wants me to open the door. Yes, ma'am. Now, this is my purse feet. I don't have the backings to them. Don't know what happened, but that's fine. I have Decoville Heavy. I'm going to put my purse feet in. It's messing with my chair, Lola. And I'm going to split the legs open, the prongs, and there we are. Okay, once I have placed the rivets on, I am going to grab duct tape and put it on the back. Here I have duct tape. Okay. And then I flip it over and I just rub it down. Make sure the prongs are also taped well, so I press that down as well. And here we are. Base is completed. Okay, now we're moving on to the exterior body construction. You will need your front slip pocket. Yes. Okay. On the pattern piece, it'll say front slip pocket, but in the directions, it'll say slip pocket main exterior. Okay, so it's your front slip pocket and your slip pocket lining. So I have both of mine here. And what you want to do is you want to put right sides together. Now note, if you have directional fabric, make sure it's going in the correct direction, okay? So this will be my top. Right sides together. And we're going to stitch. Make sure you have your notches cut out, so you know where your center is. And we're going to stitch along the top using a 3/8 inseam allowance. Let's see if I can bring you out there. Now I'm going to back stitch at beginning and end. And I'm going to chain stitch, so I'm going to continue stitching. Back stitch. This will just make it easier for me. Less thread wasted when you chain stitch. And back stitch. Okay. I will clip it there, clip it in the middle, and clip it there. Now, the next thing you want to do is you're going to flip it so that the wrong sides face each other. Again, align the bottom, clip your bottom so that they don't move on you. And then what you want to do is press the top. If you want to use an iron, use an iron. I'm just going to roll it. Make sure they are even. I will stick my hand in the back if I have to. And what you want to do is you want to stitch, top stitch at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. And then once you're done with that, you want to go down and stitch at 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So we're going to have 2 rows of stitching at the top. So we're going to do 1/8 inch and then 1/4 of an inch. And since we're going to top stitch, I'm going to extend my stitch length to number 5. And I'm going to do my first one, which is 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to reverse beginning and end. Once that's done, you pull out then I'm going to go down another row of stitching, and I'm going to go down to 1/4 of an inch. So there's my 1/8 inch, and now I'm going to go down to 1/4 of an inch. Back stitch beginning and end. I'm not going to burn my stitches because this is the side seam and we'll be hiding those. So this is what they'll look like. So you have your 1/8 inch and then your 1/4 inch, 2 rows of stitching. I'm going to repeat with the other side. Okay, so after completing your double row of stitches up here at the top, we're going to baste all the way around the other side. So we're going to baste down the left, the bottom, and up the right sides at 1/8 of an inch. Make sure you flatten it as you see me doing, because once you go up the last side, you want to make sure that you don't get puckers at the end when you get to the top. No puckers. Okay, so we're going to need our ruler. We're going to need the front panel, front slip pocket panel, and we're going to flip it over so that the lining piece is facing up. Now, we're going to make the markings right now for the handle strap. So we're going to go in 2 inches from the edge and 6.5 inches up. And then you're going to make your mark. So I have white chalk, because it will come off. And I make my mark right there. And I kind of like to just do a little mark on the top, just so that I know where my cutoff is. And then we're going to repeat on the other side. Okay. Grab your double-sided tape I'm going to grab the 1/2 inch double-sided tape. And what you want to do is go in 3/4 of an inch from the line that you drew and no longer than 5 inches. And like I said, 3/4 of an inch in. Let me do it this way. Now, it doesn't mean that you start at the bottom. You just don't want that strip to be longer than 5 inches. So I just started maybe halfway up, or 1/2 an inch up from the bottom. And I'm going to repeat on the other side. Let me just bring this a little closer. There we go. Now you're going to grab one of your straps and make sure that you keep your tape above your seam allowance of 3/8 of an inch. Now you grab whichever strap you want to use. And you want to make sure that because this is the inside facing up, this is going to be the inside of your strap. So you want it where the right side of your strap, okay, not the inside, but the right side is facing down. So that when you hold it, you're not going to see the inside. So we're going to strip the tape, the backing, and we're going to align it up along your marking. So you can start at the bottom and go all the way up and then press. Same to the other side. Okay. You're going to flip this over. And you see when you hold it, it's going to be like this. All right, so we're going to flip it over. Use your same removable marking tool. And I think this is going to be too light, so I'm going to use the blue one. And go in 2 1/8 inch from your edges in. And you go and make a line all the way up to the stitching line. Okay, to the bottom of your stitching line. So I'm going in 2 1/8 inches. Right there. And then I'm going to draw my line. I'm going to repeat on the other side. I'm going to go in 2 1/8 inches. And repeat. There we are. After you do that, you want to make another marking, And the second marking is 1 1/4 inches away from your first one. So, okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to top stitch. We're going to go up, go to the bottom stitch, across and back down. And we're going to start at the bottom. Make sure you keep your strap straight so that when you stitch it, if you see up top, it's going to stay within the straps. Okay? So you can clip it up here if you want. Let's see. I do have clips here so that it doesn't move. If you want to clip. Otherwise, you can hold on to that. See if this will hold it. Actually, I prefer the other ones. Here we go. Just keep it in place and just make sure it's straight. Again, bottom up, across, and back down. I'm going to use a stitch length of 5. Oops. Stitch is not moving. Okay. And remember, you're going through thick layers. And don't forget to stop right at the line at your bottom stitch, which is the 1/4 inch marking. Go across. Make sure that your strap is straight. Stop at your stitching at your marker, and then pivot and stitch straight down. Just going just a hair. And then back stitch at the bottom. Okay. And then we're going to repeat on the other side. Again, make sure your strap is straight, that it's laying flat. Clip if you have to. And repeat. And this is what it should look like. Okay, and you see if you turn it around that your stitches stayed within the webbing, the strap. Now you want to repeat the same steps with the other strap. Okay, now that you have completed your handles, you want to grab your front pocket. Okay, so the one that you choose to be your front. And you want to grab one of the main exterior panels. You want to put this right side up. And the way you know which side is right side up is by the markings. And you want to place these right side up, wrong side down, as if they were stitched together. Match your markings, clip all the way around, and what you want to do is you want to stitch these together, based 1/8 of an inch down the side, along the bottom, up the other side. Okay, make sure everything is nice and flat so that you create no bulks on the corner. All right, I'm going to use clips for this one, so I want to make sure I have everything aligned. So I'm going to match my notches. And clip along the bottom. And there we are. So the front panel is completed. Now you want to repeat with the back side. Okay, so now that your pocket is attached to your main piece, on the front and the back, you want to grab the same two pieces, and you need your bottom base. Now what you need to do is, I'm going to grab my first piece, my front panel, and I'm going to place it face down, so pretty sides together, and I'm going to match my notches and clip in place. So what we're going to do is we're going to stitch this at our 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, going across the bottom. Make sure my sides are flush. And again, 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going back down to my number 3 stitch length. And I'm going to stitch across. And back stitch, beginning and end. You want to make sure that stays in place. And this is where you need to, this is how you're going to know whether or not your machine can handle this. That's why I say be careful of the fabrics that you choose. So I have vinyl against vinyl, and then you have your my waterproof canvas. So I am using my industrial. Otherwise, if you're using a domestic, you can use all waterproof canvas. And maybe if you want to do the bottom vinyl, that would be good. Which I think the domestic can handle at least one piece being vinyl. But again, you know your machine. Okay. Once the bottom has been stitched, we're going to flip the bottom panel down. Okay. So we're going to flip it down Seam allowance stays down. Flip it down. And we're going to stitch it at 1/8 of an inch. Right there. Let me just clip this little thread that's sticking out. Actually, use my lighter. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to top stitch along the base. Remember to go forwards and backwards at the beginning and end. So my needle is down and I'm going to start. I'm not sure why my machine is making that noise. Never used to make that noise. Maybe I should remove my zipper foot. Okay. So once that's done, we're going to take the other panel, the back panel, and we're going to repeat. So we're going to take the back panel face down. So both of our handles are facing up toward the top. Panel goes face down. And we're going to clip again. Clip our pieces. Make sure the notches match. And we're going to repeat. Stitch at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And then back to my number 3 stitch length. And don't forget to reverse at beginning and end. Once again, we're going to flip our panel piece down. This time, make sure that this bottom piece, the seam allowance, is toward the base. So let's flip it around so that it's, make sure the seam allowance is toward the base. And we're going to repeat the same process. 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to increase my stitch length. So my seam allowance is facing toward the base. And we're going to top stitch. Okay, now that our base is sewn on, you want to gather your side panels. These are the ones where you put either your hidden connectors or the the other piece. You know what I mean. Sorry. So grab your side piece. Remember, this is the bottom. And we're going to stitch these on. So we're basically putting the exterior together. Now what you want to do is you want to start clipping at the top to the bottom. So where you have your boxed corner, it should be at the top of your vinyl. So let's clip this in place. Starting at the top. And you want to stitch at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Don't forget to back stitch at beginning and end. Go back to my regular stitch length. Okay, let's see if I can bring you just a tad bit closer. Here we go. Again, 3/8 of an inch seam allowance and back stitch at beginning and end. And stop right at the end of that box piece. Do not go into the base. So this is what I did. I stitched from here all the way to the bottom and I stopped right there. So you can see there's like a hairline split between this stitch or the bottom of this and the base. So that's where you want to stop, right there. So after that's done, you want to do the same thing with the other side. So again, connector to the top. And I'm going to sew from the other side. So I'm going to have my clip facing the other way. Okay. stitch from this side because I want to make sure that I end down at the bottom. So if you did your markings correctly, that marking you did on the back, on the bottom, should hit right at the bottom of your side panel. So if you open it up, they match right there. Okay, so I want to stop stitching at that line. Again, 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to stop at that line, reverse. Okay, and I'm all done. So when I flip it over, yep, I stopped exactly where I wanted to stop. See? Okay. Clip my threads. And now we're going to attach side panel to the back. So what we're going to do is flip open the side panel, attach it to this side, to the back, and we're going to stitch it the exact same way. Top to bottom. Might be a little tricky, so go very slow. So I'm going to push my panel out so I can get in there. And I just want to double check, make sure my line matches, and then stitch it in place. Okay. Reverse. That's it. Okay. Let's see how I did. Okay, stitched it, and I'm right where I want to be. I stopped right there. And we're going to repeat on the other side. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to sew from this side, because remember, you want to sew from the top bottom. So I'm going to clip these together. Okay. And repeat. Go slow, take your time, no need to rush. And what's that? Okay, so this is what, let me flip you up a little bit. This is what you'll see. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch the bottom. Now, this is going to be a little difficult, but you have to, you know, try to maneuver it. This is the one area where I had to take it very slow when I did my first one. But it works. That's why you have to be careful where you put your stabilizer. You want to keep it out of the seam allowance so that everything fits perfectly. Okay, so I'm going to stitch at 3/8 of an inch. Now make sure you flatten your pieces and just go slow. This is the one area where you really want to go slow because you have the side panels on. So you're going to be squishing the bag to help make it work. So I'm going to try to open the seam, open it like this, hold it down. If you have a stiletto and you need a stiletto, this is a good spot for it. I'm going to shove it under my foot. Let me grab my stiletto. Let's see if I can move you so that you can see what I'm doing. See if I can switch you around. Hopefully you can see me. Yes. Okay. There we go. All right. I'm going to squish my bag down. Lift it up. Go to my 3/8 and seam allowance. Use my stiletto to make sure that my pieces are butted up together. Okay, that looks good. Now, I'm going to go forward. Remember, you want to go forward and reverse. Don't go too fast. Okay. Shift my hand to the front. Make sure when you stop that your needle's at the down position. It really helps a lot. Okay, let's pull that out. And it looks good. There it is. Now we're going to repeat with the other side. Okay, that's done. I'm just going to stick my hand inside and make sure that I do not have any openings, that the corners are attached, and they are. If they're not, just go back in and go over your stitches again. So now our outer panel is complete. Bring it back over here. And here's our outer panel complete. Again, like I said, I found that corner just to be a little more difficult in the whole bag, but that was the only section that, you know, I thought that maybe could be intermediate beginner. But again, you know the restrictions of your machine. You know what your machine can handle and cannot handle. Okay, so once you're done, grab whichever marking tool you want. I'm going to grab a pen because that's what I did to mark all my insides. We're going to go to the side panel. And what you want to do is you want to mark. Let's see if I can bring you up just a tad bit because I'm going to do this up here. From your top to your bottom, that's a 1-inch line. That is your 1-inch margin. You want to go about halfway and just mark it right there. My pen working? So you're going to go about a 1/2 inch down from the top and just mark it. There we go. Just make sure you stay within the seam allowance. You want to repeat on all 4 sides. So you want to do the same thing here. If you want to use a ruler, use a ruler. Go down about 1/2 inch. And then mark it. So you have a marking there and you have your 1-inch line. And I'm going to repeat on the other side. Go down a 1/2 inch, mark it. Staying within my seam allowance. Okay. And then you want to make 2 clips. So grab the heavy duty scissors and you want to clip at that 1/2 inch mark, but you want to stay within the seam allowance. Okay, so go in maybe a 1/4 inch and just clip. And clip at the 1-inch mark. And the reason why you're doing this is because you want to be able to open those seams flat. For the next step. So I'm going to repeat. And I'll show you what I just did. So I clipped there and I clipped there. So when I open it, see, and I can fold it down and the seams won't be bulking. Less bulk by doing that. Okay, I did it here and I'm going to repeat on the other side. We're going to grab 1/2 inch double tape. Let's see, double-sided tape. And you're gonna tape this right above your 1-inch marking. So here's your line. You're gonna take your 1/2 inch double-sided tape or whatever size you have. If you only have 1/4 inch, use a 1/4 inch, but you want to stay right above that line. And you want to tape the bag all the way around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split. I'm going to open that up. I'm going to butterfly it open. And I'm going to tape this open like this. All right. So let me show you. I am going to start on the side seam. So I want to make sure I'm not that close so that it'll hold it down. And I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So what I did was I opened it and I started here. I didn't start right here because I want to make sure that it does, when I, that it holds everything down. So I butterflied it open and I started here so that that'll stay down on this side and it'll stay down on this side. And you want to run your tape all the way around the bag, doing the same thing on all the seams. So here it is, all the way around, butterflied my opening. Okay, all the way around. Now you want to remove the tape and fold the top down to meet that 1-inch line that you drew. Okay, so start removing the tape and bring it down a little at a time, working your way all the way around. So I'm going to start here, remove my tape, and start bringing it down. The mistake I did was not read the pattern. I ended up pressing the Decoville Heavy without checking how far down to go on the bottom. That's why there's a line. So I should have brought the Decoville Heavy down a little more so that when I flip it, it's not in the way. But I didn't have a hard time folding the other one over, so I'm sure I'll be okay here. So make sure you read that section carefully. And I'm going to put a clip there, just for now. Okay. So I'm going to do this upside down. Again, you want to butterfly that corner piece. You want to open up the top piece and fold it down. You do not want a lot of bulk on that corner. And the corners is where I like to put a clip, so that my seams will stay nice and open. And I will show you in 1 second. Okay. See, you want to butterfly it open so that when you put it down, there's no bulk when you stitch over this. And I put a clip there. I'm going to go all the way around the bag doing the same thing. Okay, there we are. All the way around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my seam roller and I'm going to run it along the edge. I just want to make sure that it's nicely, that I have a nice crisp edge. Here's my seam roller. And I'm just going to run it around along the edges, just to give it that extra, to help it with a nice crisp edge. Okay, that looks good. I'm happy with it. Now what I'm going to do is use the clips, the alligator clip, to hold on my corners. So this is what I'm going to use. So it can avoid marking up my bag. There you go. And now the exterior portion of your bag is completed, and we're going to move on to the interior. Okay, now that we have completed the exterior, we're going to work on the interior. Now what you want to do is have one of your lower main body lining. Okay. We're going to also have our interior slip pocket and our accent piece. So what you want to start off by doing is taking your slip pocket. On the back side, you want to make a 1-inch marking on the left and the right. Remember, lengthwise. Okay? So going down this way. Not on the short end, but the longer end. We're going to go in 1 inch and make our marking. Your double-sided tape, I'm going to use a 1/4 inch double-sided tape, and you're going to place it inside of your marking. Okay? Inside, not toward closer to the center, but on within the marking. I'm going to repeat from the other side. You're going to remove your backing. And you're going to bring in the raw edges to that line. Raw edges to your line. Repeat on the other side. I'm going to use my seam roller. You can press it. We're going to have wrong sides meet. So I'm going to clip the top portion. Excuse my arm. You can take it to the iron. You can press it in place, finger press it, whatever works for you. And then we are going to stitch in place using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, I didn't change my stitching, my thread, because we're not going to see that. That's going to be encased. So I will just burn my threads at the end so it stays within the edge. Okay, so that's done. I think I'm going to use my 1/8 inch tape this time. And I'm going to do the same thing on the back side. And you should have, take your accent piece and draw a line down the middle. So you should be drawing your line at the 1/2 inch mark. Again, I'm using a pen. You're not going to see this. I'm going to remove the tape. I'm going to start with this side because it's a little longer there, and I'm just going to flip it back. On it toward itself. There we go. And this is going to be longer than your pocket. So I'm going to make it even on both sides. Put the top piece right on that line that I drew. And press. Once that's done, peel the other side and repeat. Just going to bring it down flush with the top. And just check your side, make sure that the seams are together or matching up. Okay. Once that's done, you're going to baste that 1/8 inch of seam allowance from the bottom edge, raw edge of your accent piece, not from the top, from the bottom. So I'm going to top stitch. Change my stitch length. And a bit closer. I love using my zipper foot because it is 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, 1/8 of an inch from the inner edge to where it stitches. So I use that as my guide. And your accent piece is now attached. And that's done. Now I'm going to trim the edges so that they're flush, and then we're going to attach it to the lower main lining. I'm going to grab my ruler. I'm going to turn this upside down so that I can see what I'm doing on the top. There's my notch. This is your bottom where your box corners are. Okay? So I'm going to put the center of my ruler there. So I'm going down 2 inches. Now, what you want to do is grab double-sided tape again, and you want to put it along the side, the bottom, and run it up the top, okay? So this is going to be my inside piece. Do not put tape on the top. Run it on the bottom and up the sides. So choose which side you want on the outside. I'm going to choose this one as my inside. So I'm going to add double-sided tape. Again, I'm going to use a 1/8 of an inch. You can use a 1/4 of an inch. If you're going to press your bottom, make sure it's pressed. Again, I use my seam roller, so I feel confident as to I have a nice creased edge. And I'm going to peel off the backing. Peel off the backing. Oop, I didn't stick that down too well. There we go. Okay. You're going to find the center of your pocket. So let's see. I'm going to fold it in half in the opposite direction, and I'm going to pinch, make a little crease there. That's my center. Now, the tape is on this side. I'm going to find my center mark. Let me do that again. And put it right there. Make sure that the top is flushed with the ruler before you tape it down. Okay, I'm going to run it along the top. And then what I'm going to do is run my hand straight down first and then out. And there it is. There's your pocket. Now what you want to do is you want to do a 1/8 inch seam allowance all the way around your pocket. So we are going to top stitch. Remember the back stitch, beginning and end. And we're going 1/8 inch seam allowance. Now, up to you if you want to put this in the back or if you want to put this in the front. In the tester bag, I put it in the front. I think I'm going to put this piece in the back. Okay, let's move on to the side inner pocket lining. The pattern will be called side interior pockets. And then this is the upper main lining that I mentioned that you can use waterproof canvas if you prefer not to use vinyl. Let's take one of the side inner pocket lining or side interior pocket and one of your upper main lining. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure you have all your markings lengthwise, right side up and right side down. So we got the pretty sides facing each other. So let's clip it in place. So if you hear any barking, I apologize. My puppy, which is barking right now, she's with my son downstairs. And then I have my Boxador upstairs with me. So they're probably barking at each other at this point. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to stitch your normal seam allowance, which is 3/8. Actually, let me flip it from the other side so that, oh, this is right. Okay. Hopefully this angle's not too bad. I'm trying not to shift the camera around too much. Okay, now once that's done, we're going to flip the upper main lining up, but you want the seam allowance going down toward the pocket. So we're going to flip it, seam allowance down, and just press. So I'm going to use my seam roller. And then we're going to top stitch. And make sure to reverse beginning and end. I'm gonna assume she's barking because she hears my voice and I'm not downstairs. Actually, that's my boxer door, not my German Shepherd. Lola! Mama, come here, honey. Stop barking. Come on. Okay, you're staying in here, honey. Take a nap. Hey! Shh. Take a nappy, honey. It's okay. Hey! Alright. So, this is what it looks like. Repeat with the other side. Okay, now that you have completed this part, what you're going to do is, this is going to be facing right side up. You want to turn this top portion piece to your left. Okay, so now you're at the other end. You want to take your completed zipper placket, mark your center. So what I did was I found the center and I just used a pen. Okay, now you want right sides touching, so you want the teeth facing down, and you want to align your marked placket to your notch, to your center notch. Okay, you want to make sure that the tail is facing you. So face down, right sides together, the tail of the zipper facing you, and the upper piece of what we just completed to the left of your interior pocket and your upper main lining. Okay, so we're going to clip this in place, making sure that the notches are matching. If you feel like using double-sided tape, feel free to use double-sided tape, but I'm just going to clip this. And then we're going to baste in place using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And make sure you back stitch at beginning and end. Again, make sure that your zipper pull is not attached. That doesn't, you don't put that on until later. Okay, we're going to move on to the next step. So once you're done with your side interior pocket and your upper main lining, well, attaching your zipper with the interior pocket, the next step is attaching this to your side inner pocket. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to use the side inner pocket. And the reason being is if you use this, and this is totally up to you if you want to use this, if you prefer your pocket to be on the inside front lining, definitely use the pocket. I prefer my pocket, my slip pocket, to the back of the bag. So I am not going to use the one with the pocket. I'm going to use the one without the pocket. All right, so I'm going to repeat that again. This piece here that we just completed, we have to lay it on top of the inside lining piece, okay? If you put it this way and you flip it, your pocket is going to be located in the front, which I prefer in the back. So I'm going to take the plain one, okay? You're going to take your zipper and you're going to face it right sides together with the lower main lining, okay? So, right sides together, match your notches with the center notch and clip it together. Again, this is working with the front inner part of the bag. I hope that makes sense. But I prefer my pocket in the back, so I'm going to use this piece instead, the solid one. Going to clip it together, making sure that the notches line up, my centerpiece. And as you will see, my zipper is facing up. And so we have right sides together. Now what you're going to do is you're going to sew, stitch along using the normal 3/8 inch seam allowance. And make sure you back stitch at beginning and end. And by doing it this way, you're going to have your zipper open from the left to the right. If you are left-handed, you might want to have your zipper open from right to left, and then you can use the one with the pocket. But I'm right-handed, and I like my zippers to open from the left to the right, and I like my slip pockets in the back. And if I had a zipper pocket, I would prefer the zipper pocket in the back, which is my preference. Okay, so now we're going to flip it open. I'm going to turn it this way in case you're following with the pattern. Okay, so we're going to flip this way. We have, so this is going to be your inner main lining, and this is going to be your side interior side interior pocket. You'll see how that turns into a pocket. It's fantastic. So we're going to flip this piece up, and I am just going to press with my hand and use my seam roller. And I'm going to top stitch right here, 1/8 inch of seam allowance. Again, this is your inner lining, and this is your side pocket with this piece here. Your zipper portion is going to be facing down to your left. Seam allowance facing up, and we're just flipping this over. And then we're going to stitch at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Top stitch. So this is what it looks like. Okay. So if you use the pocket's going to be this piece. So I'm using the solid piece without the pocket. Okay, so after you have top stitched, we are going to, I want to make sure I have this in the right direction. Okay, so this is going to be your inner pocket. You want to take this upper main lining and you're going to bring it up, matching your edges here. So we're folding this over, not the side where you have your zipper. We're folding this pocket piece, inner pocket. We're going to clip these together. I'm going to clip the opposite direction on the opposite side. All right, now that we have them aligned, so basically that's what it looks like. Okay, let me bring you up just a tad bit. So we're going to flip it. You're going to grab your ruler and a marking utensil tool. I'm using a pen because it's going to be on the inside. And according to the instructions, we're going to do a marking. Now, make sure that your marking is on the inner pocket and not, this is a side inner pocket and not the inside lining. You're going to measure up 3/8 of an inch, and you're going to start marking 2 1/4 inches in. So 3/8 inch up and 2 1/4. Just like that. Okay, ignore this. We're going to do the same thing with the opposite side. Let me do it this way so I can see what I'm doing. Make sure they are lined up. Hi, baby. What's the matter? Again, 3/8 of an inch up and 2 1/4 inches in. And we're making a stitch. This is basically going to be your stitching line. All right. Remember, it is on the pocket side, not on the side that has the notch, your boxed corner. Now we're going to stitch along that line. Again, always back stitch beginning and end. And make sure you stop at the end of your marking. Okay. And you're going to repeat in the opposite end. Okay, so now you stitched there and there. Okay, the next step we're going to do is we're going to close up the sides. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Make sure you start at where your 3/8 inch stitching is and just go all the way down on either side. You don't have to do the bottom because it's folded. And do not stitch up here. So we're just doing either side at 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now that piece is completed. I'm gonna burn my threads in case there's any loose thread tails or loose tails. After you have stitched your pocket closed, we're going to grab your zipper placket. Remember, this is the side where if you decide this is where your pocket is going to be, this is your inner lining. Here's the zipper placket. Lift it up, push the pocket to the back, the one you completed, and you're going to see this. Okay, so flip your pocket back. And we're going to push this down. Your zipper is up and you will see the rear part of your zipper and the tail should be to your left. Okay, so if I'm looking at it, the tail will be to my left. The zipper placket is up as well as the lining, this upper main lining. All right, so I'm going to push this down. I'm going to use my seam roller, just give it a quick little seam here. Okay. Now, here's your pocket. Grab your ruler. We're going to measure. Okay. Grab your ruler. We're going in 3/8 of an inch, but down 1/8 of an inch. So it's as if you're going to do a top stitch. All right, make sure it is aligned. And we're going to do a little marking here. So I'm going to use chalk because I do not want it to show. I'm just going to make my mark there, and then what you want to do is stitch it 1/8 of an inch top stitching from your mark to the end. I'm going to show you the other side. Again, this is flipped up. You're seeing the back of your zipper. Your main upper lining is facing up as well. Okay, let's repeat with the other side. Sorry, I had to take a quick pause. I heard my puppy screaming. Again, we're going in 3/8 inch seam from the edge of the zipper placket in, but we're going to mark the lining. So I'm going in 3/8 of an inch, but I'm going only as far as 1/4 of an inch. Top, you know, we're going to do a top stitching 1/4 of an inch. So here's my 3/8 inch marking. I think I'm starting to run out of chalk. All right. You can hear my little puppy screaming. I just put her in the crate. My son's downstairs with her. All right, now I'm going to stitch, top stitch 1/8 of an inch from my marking to the end. Same here. From my marking to the end. This is what it should look like. Okay, both ends. So now, okay, so that part is done. Now that you have stitched your sides, we're going to grab the side inner pocket, which is this piece here. Okay, now that you have your inner pocket, I'm going to face it the placket to my left. So I am going to be working with the bottom side. You're going to take your completed pocket. And this will be your right side up. Here's your zipper. Here's the back side of the zipper. We're going to match this notch with the bottom. Like this. Okay. So the pocket that we haven't completed is in the back with this piece down. Your completed piece, back of the zipper facing up, and we're going to lay it on top of the bottom. Clip it together. Matching your notches. Now, base it in place, 1/4 inch seam allowance. That's what it will look like. Now you want the other lower main lining. In this case, I have my pocket. So yours will either be with or without the pocket. Just make sure it's the box corner one. This is the only piece left anyway. Okay. So this is my pocket piece. I'm going to lay this down. I'm going to take this completed version. I'm going to flip it over this way. So your zipper portion is going to be up, away from you. This is the top. This is my pocket. And we're going to match the notches and we're going to clip in place. I say notches, markings, whatever you want to call it. This is what it looks like. This is in front, facing down. Hopefully you got that. Now we're going to stitch 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Now that it's stitched in place, you're going to grab this piece, flip it all the way up, press, grab my seam roller, so this is what you're going to see, and we're going to top stitch 1/8 of an inch right along here. Remember, your seam is going to go up on the back, so you can see it's up, and we're going to top stitch right along this line at 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so this is what it should look like. Okay. Yeah. All right, now we're going to take this piece and we're going to fold it up, matching your corners. We're gonna repeat the steps that we did on the other side, which is what we've been doing. You're gonna take your marking tool, your ruler. This is the side we're working on. We're going to mark 2 1/4 inches in, 3/8 inches up. Repeat the same thing on the other side. Going 2 1/4 inches in, 3 inches up. And like we did before, we're going to stitch right on our marking. Okay, regular seam allowance, a regular stitch length, again, just on our marking. Repeat on the other side. Burn any loose threads. And this is what you will have. You stitch from there to there. And now we're going to repeat the other process, and we're going to close our pocket using 1/4 inch seam allowance. So right where your seam allowance is, 1/4 inch. Okay. So now you have your pocket closed. This is your inner pocket. Now we're going to open this up. So grab your first box corner, your lining, and we're going to separate them. I'm going to press my seam open. I'm going to grab my ruler, and just like we did on this side, we're going to repeat on this side. So we're going up 1/8 inch, and we're going to go in from the edge of our zipper 3/8 inch, and we're going up 1/8. So I'm going to make a marking, 3/8 inch in from the edge of my zipper, and use chalk. Same thing with this side, 3/8 inch from the zipper. And I'm going to top stitch 1/8 inch on either side. Don't forget to back stitch beginning and end. And again, this is a top stitching. I'm going to repeat on this side. Okay, and you should have this. After you finish top stitching, we're going to fold this in half. And we are going to clip the bottom. Hopefully you have your notches there, so everything will align perfect. And we're going to do a regular stitching 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And it's only the bottom, okay? Only the bottom piece. And I'm going to open up the zipper. And now the bottom is closed. And we will top stitch. So open it up and top stitch 1/8 of an inch on either side. So what I'm going to do is on the back, I'm going to open up my seam. Press it open. Use my seam roller to help with that, or whatever tool you have. And be careful, because if you're using waterproof canvas, you don't want to iron or press on the back end. So I'm going to flip it over, open up my seams again. And I want to do repeat. On this side. Now I'm going to top stitch. One-eighth of an inch seam allowance on either side of the center. Back stitch. Make sure that seam is open. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pivot when I get to the end. coming off. I'm going to pivot, come down, and pivot again. Make sure that seam is open. And down just a hair. And then top stitch on the way down. Okay. Clip my threads. And now you have top stitch the center. Now we're going to match these together and we're going to clip the sides, either side. We're almost done. Not too much longer after this. I really enjoyed making this bag. I did the tester bag, and now this is my second bag, and I absolutely love it. I have already used the tester bag, and it's just, I think it's probably my favorite bag so far, especially the way this comes together. I did learn a lot of new techniques, and hopefully maybe Carly can do a bigger one or create another bag with some of these same techniques. And I know you're listening, Carly. Move my zipper out the way, and I'm also going to clip this end. And regular seam allowance, 3/8 of an inch. Don't forget to move your zipper out the way. We're going to start from the top and go all the way down. Okay, now that my sides are closed, we are going to do the boxed corners. My seam is open. I'm just going to line up my center stitches. And I'm going to clip in place. Now, if you pull down here and you pull it taut, you're gonna get, it's gonna match. Okay. I'm gonna repeat with the other side. I have my seam going that way, so I'm going to do the same thing with this side. pull it taut. Match my seam. And I'm going to stitch 3/8 of an inch across. Back stitch beginning and end. And I usually like to go over my center like twice, just to make sure that stays nice and closed. So that's closed, and I usually like to go back and, back stitch right here just to reinforce the center stitching. So this is what it looks like so far. Okay. Okay, the next thing you want to do is we're going to repeat what we did on the other side, where you go down 1/2 inch, you mark it, make a marking right there at 1/2 inch from the top. I'm using a pen. Same thing with the other side. Baby. And what you want to do is you want to clip at your 1/2 inch, clip at your 1 inch. You should already have that. Don't go all the way up to the seam, just go in like maybe 1/4 inch or close to the seam. Now what you want to do is you want to be able to I'm going to grab a 1/4 inch double-sided tape. And I'm going to place a piece right above my 1 inch line. And I'm going to go all the way around. So let me start here. So this is what I did. Okay, butterflied that open. Same thing with this side. So now what you want to do is make sure your tape is on well. Start peeling the tape, and we're going to take your top raw edge, bring it down to that 1 inch line. Just like that, and you're going to go all the way around. When you get to the end, that's butterflied open, you're going to butterfly it open and do the same thing. You're going to bring it down, and by butterflying it, it reduces bulk. Instead of having 4 stitches that you're going over like 2. They're fabric. All right. So this is the inside, And that's the exterior. Okay, we're getting to the end. So what you want to do is grab your zipper zipper pull. I just realized I forgot to add my tag. I still have time to do it. I do this every time. Let me grab my tag. Grab my zipper pull. Oh, and I have a zipper end here somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna attach my zipper pull. Make sure it aligns. Yeah, that looks good. So that's on there. And now I want to add my zipper end. And this is what it looks like. And I have a tiny screw in my hand. Just be careful, because this definitely, once you drop it on the floor, it'll be hard to find. Just want to make sure I grab the right screwdriver. Now what you want to do is take your zipper end. Let me just burn those threads because I want a nice clean edge. Going to fold it back onto itself. You're going to fold the other side back onto itself. And this is what you have. I'm going to take our zipper end, put it right over. Now, if you want to put glue, you can put glue on here on the inside of the zipper pull, of the zipper end. And I'm pushing it in as far as it'll go. Use my little screwdriver to push it in. Okay, now I have glue. I'm using just a dab of Gorilla Glue. and I'm going to put it in the little hole where the screw goes in. Right in there. And it's just going to be a little dab. And put the screw in. Okay, and there it is. All right, so now we're going to attach the inner part of the bag with the outer. What I would like to do is add my tag to my bag, which I didn't do earlier, but that's okay. I'm going to turn the bag right side out. Just make sure everything is aligned properly. Because it may tend to shift if you don't have it clipped down. Okay. I use Decoville Heavy, so it's just a little bit tough to turn, just a little bit. There we go. Pop out my corners. And this is the time where you check your corners, double check your corners, make sure they look good. If you feel like they're open, if you see any openings, turn it back, inside out, and stitch it. Re-stitch. Okay, there's the outside of my bag. Now, for me, that's going to be the front. It's the same pattern, but in this one, the bubbles are in the center. I prefer it offset like that. All right, so this is my front. I'm going to take my lining. I'm going to open up the zipper. And make sure to keep your tail out of the way. So I'm going to put it inside the bag. Again, I did it so that my pocket is to the back of the bag. So since this is the front of my bag, my pocket is going toward the back. Slip it right in. right, now that it's in there, make sure that your zipper piece is in, and then you want to align your edges, your seams, to the side or to the corner, and just make sure everything looks good and just align everything in place. So bring it a little closer. So I'm going to stitch from the inside. So that's why I have my clips facing toward the inside. All right, we are ready to stitch. This is the final step to this bag. Hopefully you like the bag and the construction of it, which to me, I think it's just amazing. I absolutely love it. Again, double check where you want your pocket, whether to the back, to the right, how you want to open your bag. And let's take it to the machine. I am going to start from the end. Okay, let's finalize this bag. Going to top stitch. Make sure that seam is down. Hopefully you can see. Now, if you have a stiletto, grab it. I'm just going to keep mine close by just in case. And we're going to do 1/8 of an inch all the way around. Let's make sure I got it in place. Okay. At this point, this is where I say you have to breathe. You can see what's going on. Let me just squish my bag down a little. There we go. Let me just push my lining down. Bring my needle down. I have the stitch length where I want it to be. I'm going to hold my threads and start stitching. Take it slow, no rush. we are done. That's it. Bag is completed. Okay, now that we have top stitched the top edge of the bag, it is now complete. Right here you can roll the seam, and actually what I like to use is one of those key fob presses. Let me show you what it looks like. This, and what I do is I open it up, fold this over, I put it in there, and then I squeeze. And I repeat with the other side. Alrighty, that is done. Okay, let me show you the completed bag. This is the front. Let's see if I can bring you up a little. There we go. This is the front of my bag. Here's the interior pocket. Also, here's another option. If you take your strap and you want to give it a little more of a decorative stitch, you can take the strap and sew it on the outside versus on the inside. So that's my front. That's the back. Same thing. And since I'm right-handed, I will unzip from the left to the right. Oh, and the top, let me show you. Here's that hidden pocket on either side of the zipper. And then when you open it up, I have my slip pocket in the back. And it's a very, very roomy. I have my iPad here. Here's my iPad, has a case, and look, plenty of room. It might fit even on the outside, you know. This way it will. Okay. Let me grab my other straps, my crossbody strap. Here's my D-ring connector. Ignore the mess in the background. I haven't cleaned yet. And here it is. Here is my completed bag. And here it is. I hope you like it. Please let me know what you think. If you have any questions, unsure about a certain piece that I showed you and you want more information, please list it in the comments or reach out to Carly at Let's Socialize with a Z Designs. I will put everything in the bottom underneath the comment section, and Again, I hope you like this bag. I absolutely love it. This is my favorite bag so far, and I think I'm going to be sporting this one. Thank you for joining me. See you later.